Good morning. Source of no return. But I'm returning today. Check everything looks, yeah. Okay. We're good. I need to adjust some shit real quick. Hold on. This could go up a little bit. It's gonna go down a little bit for me. I gotta adjust the mic. There we go. And let's actually pull this coffee now, shall we? Oh man, that is good. Man, the dropped frames thing is really... I don't know what the problem has been recently. It's been all of a minute and a half. And it's... I mean, I know the percentage is also based off of time, so it's just like, apparently I'm dropping a bunch right in the middle. Or, not in the middle, but right at the very beginning. Yeah, now it's almost 40. I don't know what the hell the problem is. Yesterday seemed a little bit better. And I did actually, I remembered to look back at the one from, oh boy, what was it? Thursday night. And, I mean, everything looked fine. So, I might be putting more stock in that than I need to. But, you know, we've been sort of conditioned now to, you see a red bar, and you go, ooh, that's something's wrong. That probably shouldn't look like that. So, I think I mentioned it. No, I definitely did. I might not have completed the thought yesterday, though. But, so that motorized adapter for the hand grinder came in, and I mentioned that that was a pain in the ass to put together, because it's just fiddly. It's very fiddly. It's not like you just like snap it in and you're good to go. At least not for the hand grinder that I have. Mine is like the absolute maximum size, I guess, of what is acceptable to put in a thing. Although, even just this morning, I was fiddling with it some more, and it occurred to me that perhaps I was adhering to the instructions a little too much. So, okay, it's dropped down to 23% now. So, because it was saying, oh, you want to put it like in the middle of your hand grinder. So I was like, okay. But then when you do that, that's when you have the problems of sliding the damn, what would you call it? Like feed tray. Not a tray. It's like a feed funnel onto the top of the grinder, which is a problem. And so you want to hold up. Nope. You want to you want to have it so that you can like actually slide it on and off fairly easily. And then the only times that you're going to adjust the grinder, well, it says that you want to take it off to do that. However, it occurred to me this morning while I was sitting there trying to line it up with where it was actually sitting, the indicator mark, because I apparently didn't tighten the damn screw enough on the cradle arm, and so the first time that I ran it, which would have been, would it have been ran it like properly for like an actual proper shot of espresso and not just like pulling something that I mixed with a bunch of you know, heavy cream and hot water just to make something. It was it like turned in the damn thing, so like it was spinning the whole grinder, and it wasn't just, you know, it wasn't actually like completely solidly in there. So I ended up finally this morning, I was actually not even like I say this morning, it was like 5 minutes ago, and then I had to very quickly figure out how I wanted to do that. So what I ended up doing was I took it out, tried to reseat it, immediately fucked it up, and then I was like, shit. And I and then I was thinking, okay, what's the best way to get this nonsense to work? Because like having to fiddle around with that and get it like just barely correct under the collar every single time, while at the same time trying to get the stupid like lug nut thing to line up properly so that I can get the screw in that right orientation so it'll actually secure properly. I don't want to do that every time I want to fucking change the dial, which, you know, isn't gonna be like a ton. I've kind of resigned myself to the fact that while I do every once in a while make other kinds of like coffee, like filter coffee, it's not often enough for me to care about wanting to have like an on-the-fly solution for that. So I'm just not gonna bother anymore. I'm just gonna stick with making espresso 99.9% of the time. And if I want to do filter coffee, I'll do it in the siphon, because that siphon from the 60s that I have is so much more user-friendly than anything I currently have. And so I may as well do that, and it still produces pretty good coffee. So I shouldn't have to worry too much about like having to screw around with it. If I do want to make a big pot of coffee and maybe like put it into one of my big thermoses and, you know, take it somewhere because I'm meeting up with friends or something, and we're like, hey, we're just gonna go here, and you know, we'll all bring some shit, and it's like, okay, yeah, and then I'll bring this pot of coffee. Maybe I'll make two. You know, I think the big thermoses that I have, it'll probably fit like 2 of those if I wanted to do them back to back, which I would just have to be, you know, you don't want to do that shit last minute, but as long as you, it wouldn't even be all that difficult. Cleaning the siphon is also much easier to clean than anything else because the entire thing is stainless steel, except for the gasket. The gasket is the only thing that's like silicone, and it doesn't even touch any of the water. It's just the in-between. I forget. Oh, my back. It's just the in-between bit that is the seal for having the siphon portion happen, you know? So I was like, yeah, this'll... Oh, I can't go through that little space there? Okay. Okay, dang. Anyway, all this to say, finally this morning, while I was doing that, and I fucked up the orientation of the thing again, and I was sitting there, and I was like, god damn it, now it's like sitting too low. And then I had the thought, while I was sitting there looking at it sitting too low in the damn thing, and I was like, well, technically, it feels pretty solid here, and it sits a little bit lower. It's just that it's no longer sitting on the middle of the hand grinder. Now it's kind of like half on the middle of the hand grinder and half on the actual turning collar, which is how you adjust the grind size. But because it's so tight, you know, it's not gonna, it shouldn't be able to turn it. And I ran it, so I ran it empty. I guess I'll see what happens tomorrow morning when I run it, with coffee. Maybe not even tomorrow morning. It's Saturday. Maybe I'll make some later on today. I have, with my pipe rotation currently, I usually go through and I'll like smoke each of them once, and then I'll circle back to the first one, and then I'll smoke them again, and then I will do like a full cleaning on them, and then I'll start over. So that's kind of how my rotation goes. And so I have one pipe left that I can do for before I have to do the big cleaning. And I usually want to try to do those on Sundays. So I'll probably end up breaking that out today. And then when I do, maybe I'll make like a big ol' thermos of something or whatnot, and I'll pull like a double shot of espresso for that. And that'll be a good test of it. But anyway, part of the thing I was also thinking was that if I have it on the collar like that, I think I would have, so I'd have to remember that the direction will be reversed, but I think I could get around the fact that it wants me to take off like the feeding funnel to change the grind size, and I could just twist the bottom portion in the opposite direction, which would then actually twist the collar technically in the correct direction, and that would adjust the grind size too. I think. Either that, or it's gonna fuck up the grinder because I'm twisting something that I shouldn't be twisting. It's one of the two. I'm not entirely sure yet. Because I was trying to... Where the hell am I now? What? Oh. Well, good. Oh, they're already like mid-fight. Look at that.
再びまみえるのがこの場所になるとはな。
Next to the butthole in the tree.
あの時も私たちはこの場所にいた。子供が立派になったものだ。
私は思い出話をするためにここに来たのではない。構えろ。
あくまで騎士の体裁にこだわるか。私が憎ければ切りかかってくるがいい。
その剣は。
よもや忘れていまいと思ったが案の定だな。
父様の剣。紛れもなくお前なんだな。
今さら何を言う。私は死ぬわけにはいかない。エルザをまだ一人にはできん。この霧は一体。
オルコット、我が憎しみを受けよ。
Uh-oh. It's funny, considering how, I don't know, sort of even-keeled she's been throughout most of the game. It's funny that she ends up being, so far, the character who is the most affected currently by the Black Mist. There's nobody else so far that I think has given in as much as she has, other than Norma, who I'm still confused about because she like verbally gave in. Sorry, I'm turned away from the mic because I'm pouring stuff. Nice. She verbally gave in, like, directly, and it didn't really make any difference. But for Chloe, clearly she is being influenced. She's this is like her. No, I guess that's not entirely true. I was gonna say this is like her her Majin Vegeta moment, but I don't know if that's even entirely true because that was more power in exchange for like callousness, you know, like the callousness that he had sort of lost after being with the rest of the Z fighters. But this is more just like this is more you're giving into the dark side of the Force sort of thing. Wait a minute. Okay. I thought for a second I thought that was gonna be an invisible wall, and I was gonna freak out a little bit. Is this just be a straight line, please? I'm okay with a straight line. Hi, peddler. Bar. Yes. I don't know why I got me. So yeah, I'll do that. Why not? You know what? I'm gonna grab 5 of these, not because I'm gonna use them, but just because it is an ingredient for some of the customizations. So it'll be nice to have in the pocket just in case I get all of the requirements needed for one of those. Oh, I was laughing because yeah, if you've ever seen TNG, The Next Generation, there's a line that I always, for some reason, it brings up, it constantly comes up in my day-to-day, not because someone says the words to me, but for some reason it just like pops into my head at random moments in time, and it's when which one is it? I'm trying to remember the episode of the episode name. It's like, I don't think it's Q Who. I think Q Who is the one with the girl who is a Q somehow. I guess she was a daughter of Q's, and so that was how that happened. Because it's not just like a thing that it's not like a random chance. But anyway, oh, chest. Cooler. I'm gonna go that way, but real quick, is there anything over here I give a shit about? You know what? I don't want to get lost. Let's just follow the butterflies. It's been doing me good so far, sort of. For full transparency, I brought up a map. I didn't want everybody to watch me just fumble around for 2 hours. But anyway, whichever episode it was. Maybe it's Q-less? No, Q-less is a DS9 episode. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's the one where he loses his powers, and then no one believes him at first when he shows up on the bridge of the Enterprise and he's naked. And he's like, what must I do to convince you people? And Worf goes, die. Sometimes, for some reason, I'll be doing something. It doesn't, you know, I'll be fucking making something on a spreadsheet to help with my work, and then it'll pop into my head, and then I say it to myself. I'm just die. I love Star Trek. I love old Star Trek. Clearly, new Star Trek is hyper garbage, and nobody seems to understand what made Star Trek interesting or important. But you know, all I need is the old stuff. I don't need a constant stream of the things that I, you know, of the same property. It's perfectly fine. Excuse me? Oh, okay. I was. You know what? Opening a chest from the back, I understand. It's probably not a thing that you want to do. Wow, it's really it's really giving me a whole bunch of shit now. I feel like it's going to. I feel like I'm surprised that there's more to this than. Why are we still here? Excuse me? Is it just recycling the fucking map and making me have to find the thing again? Is that what's happening? I got confused and I was sitting here looking at the thing that I pulled up, and I was like, I already got to where, like, I mean, I got the fucking cutscene too. And now, it feels like I'm retreading old ground. Is it just recycling the map and now I have to do the same steps again? So now I have to figure out which one I'm in, if that's true. Unless there's multiple, which would be a nightmare. Oh.
どうかしたんじゃ、そのうち。
なあ、どう鍛えたらウィルみたいになるんだ？
ワイらの体質じゃなれんのと違うか？
あれが努力では越えられない壁か。ま、 別になりたいわけじゃないけど。
Huh. Interesting. Oh. Maybe not? Maybe I was freaking out for no reason? Also, again, one of the few times in the game where it gives me a full heal station right next to a save. Thank goodness. She, the way her voice went when she got hit by the fire, it's just like. I feel like I don't hear that very often. I guess it's probably just like a random chance depending on if they're in the middle of an attack or something. You know what I wish I was better at, because I was looking at some of the games that I have. And I don't know if they have like very interesting narratives to them, but oh, I swear to fucking Christ. Please just give me the thing. Oh, there we go. But the Tenchu games. So I was looking at one of those and I was like, I remember playing those and never really getting anywhere. I'm not good at stealth. And I love Metal Gear Solid, but thankfully Metal Gear Solid, if you're playing the earlier ones, you can kind of cheese it a little bit. And if you're playing some of the later ones, depending on which ones you consider to be later, you can just sort of run and gun a little bit. Although, you know, it's not really recommended. But the last time I remember trying to play one of the Tenchu games, it really is just, okay, you gotta get good at the stealth, because that's like, it's 90% of the game is being a stealthy assassin. If you don't do that, it just doesn't work well for you. If I'm remembering correctly, it's been a couple of years since I last tried it, but I would like to try again at some point, maybe. But I would probably want to look and see if it would even be worth it, because if it's just one of those games that's like, you're like, it's mostly just the gameplay and there's not really anything tying it together, I don't think that would be enough for me to want to suffer through trying to get good at the like the stealth portions to get through the missions and not just get like swarmed by all the different samurai. Why are you antagonizing her when she has you dead to rights? You know, it's funny, I would have considered him to be a little bit more humble. Because, like, we have been trying to help him and his daughter, and he knows that he murdered her parents. Like, why are you being a dick?
言い残すことはあるか?
この帰らず草を町に届けてくれ。エルザの病気を治してほしい。
確かに聞き届けた。
やめろ！
たお前か。
いけない、クロエちゃん。霧に取り込まれてはいけないわ。深い闇に心をとらわれてしまう。グー姉さん、なんかわかんの？この霧はクロエちゃんの心の闇。
なぜここへ来た？
お前を止めるために決まってるだろう。
It's just, I was just sitting here looking at Alcott, who's just, he laid down, looked up at the sky, and he's like, oh god, now they're gonna sit here and they're gonna fucking talk to each other. And I don't know, I guess I'll just wait and see if she comes over and lops my head off or not. I'm not gonna do anything, I'm just gonna sit here and lay.
あれだけの傷を負ってなお私の覚悟がわからないのか。
分かったさ。クロエが苦しんでるってことがな。
分かってたまるものか。私の苦しみが分かってたまるものか。
やめろ、もう勝負はついた。
私の目的は勝つことではない。この男を殺すことだ。
ちょっと、グー。
くっちゃん、よすんじゃ。
私はこの日のために今まで生きてきたんだ。何をためらう必要がある。
the very depressed young lady off on the right corner. That one is probably the only reason, because otherwise, I'd say do it. But she, I mean, it's, what's that fucking, it's like, you can't help who you love, right? She might know that he has been a bad person in the past, but she's, you know, he's still her father, and he still loves her. And, you know, clearly she loves him. That's like one of your only reasons. Although, he needs to have some sort of repentance, and I don't know what it would be at this point. Because, like, what are you going to take him to go straight to jail? That's not going to help her. I mean, unless we take her in, and then it's like, well, you can visit him in jail every once in a while, you know, until he gets out, I guess, if he does get out. Although, in a world like this, if you get convicted for murder, especially double murder, but he probably more. He probably is going to have a whole bunch of stuff on his rap sheet. Not just the murder of her parents. They'd probably just execute him anyway, so it's like, you're probably not going to be able to do that.
クロエさん、やめてください。
エルザ、お前まで。
Oh, you're up.
やめてください、クロエさん。
エルザ、やめなさい。私のことはいい。いいんだ。
よくない。
エルザ。
I really like, so the way her hair is done, you got those like ribbon bands that have where you like, it frames the side of her face. I really like that as a hairstyle. I don't know, other than people doing cosplays, I don't know if I see that as like an actual hairstyle accessory very often, but whenever I do see it, I really like the way it looks. And it probably really depends on the kind of hair you have. Because if for this, it probably makes it's easier because, you know, it's just a drawing. But in real life, it probably requires you to have not only like quite a bit of hair, but you probably also need to have like pretty what's the word I want to use? Like pretty thick hair, like floofy hair. If you don't, if you have like sort of like thinnish hair, even if it is long, it probably doesn't give the same effect.
よくないから来たんだよ。いいはずなんてない。お父さんが殺されるかもしれないのに。
エルザ、お前にそう言ってもらう資格が私にはない。
資格って。
私は罪を犯しすぎた。それは許されることではない。
全部私のためでしょ。私の病気の治療にはお金が必要だったから。
目的を果たすために手段を選ぼうとしなかった。それは紛れもなく私の。
Shit.
治療代欲しさにあなたの両親を手にかけた。新しい治療法を探るためにバースラフにも加担した。エルザの病気が治れば罪を償う覚悟はできていた。
だからって死ぬなんてダメ。
私は裁かれるべき人間だ。
その覚悟があるならば、もはやためらう必要もあるまい。
エルザ、どきなさい。
嫌です。
そこをどけ。
いいんだ、エルザ。
クロエ！自分が何をしようとしてるのかお前は分かってるのか。同じ思いをする人間を自分の手で作ろうとしてるんだぞ。
うるさい。私は
クロエ、よく考えろ。過去の感情に流されるな。
あるがままの流れに身を委ねるのだ。摂理に反することはない。流れゆくままこそ向かうべき場所だ。
あるがまま。
抗うな、人の子よ。さすれば我が安らぎへと誘おう。
Okay, so everybody else is seeing this because they turn to look at the other mist that's just coming out of the ground. Why? If you want to turn someone to to the dark side, to, you know, give in to your hate, your anger. If you want them to do that, why would you do it publicly? Why would you would think that they would have some way? I mean, maybe they can, but you'd think that they'd have some way to influence them telepathically or something. It seems like this is just an easy way to get other people to intervene and go, "Hey, that's evil. Whatever that is. Don't listen to that. Look at it. Look how evil it is."
クロエちゃん、その声を聞いてはダメ。
美しき憎しみの旋律を奏でよ。
もう今度は何？あの顔、もしかして。
クロエなのか。
迷うことなんてないよ。憎むべき相手を殺しなさい。お願いします。お父さんを助けてください。
クロエ、やめるんだ。
罪を犯したのは知っています。それでも私にとってはたった一人の大切なお父さんなんです。クロエさん、お願いします。くだらない言葉に耳を傾ける必要はないわ。剣を取ればエルザでも容赦しない。クロエさん、エルザ、どうして？クロエさんのことは好きです。けどお父さんを傷つけるなら許しません。下がってはダメ。私は
クロエ、もうやめるんだ。敵討ちなんて誰も望んじゃいない。
違う。私は。
そうですよ。クロエさんだって本当は嫌がってるはずです。
そんなことはない。私はこの日のために剣を取ったんだ。
だったらもっと幸せそうな顔しろ。泣きそうな顔で言うなよ。目的が果たせて嬉しいなら心の底から笑ってみせろ。
惑わされてはダメ。あの声はあなたを傷つけるんだから。私は
それができないならやっても後悔するだけだ。
クロエさん、剣を収めてください。きちんと自分の気持ちと向き合ってください。自分の中の嫌いな部分から目を背けてはいけないんです。立ち向かうことを諦めて楽な道に逃げ込んでも今この瞬間しか救われないんですよ。
そんなことは。
私、嫌いな自分から目を背けていっぱい後悔をしました。お兄ちゃんやみんなにたくさん迷惑をかけました。そんな私の姿をクロエさんは知ってるはずです。
惑わされてはいけない。痛みを誘う言葉は跳ねのけるのよ。私だって
オルコットさんを殺した先にお前の望むものがあるのか。失った幸せが返ってくるのか。俺たちとの時間はそんなに価値のないものだったのか。ここにいるみんなはどうでもいいってのか。捨ててしまっていいと思えるほど俺たちは薄っぺらなものなのかよ。クロエの居場所はもうここにあるだろう。
私は
俺たちをなかったものみたいに考えて一人で突っ走ってお前はどこに行くつもりだ。
違う、その感情は違うわ。救われたければ剣を振るいなさい。私は思い出して、父様が殺された時を、母様が殺された時を。私は初めから敵討ちなど望んではいなかった。あなたが私を否定するの？私はあなたなのに。許さない。許さないわ！消えてしまえばいい。私を否定するあなたなんか。父様、母様、心の闇を払う力を私に貸してください。前に進む勇気を少しだけ私にください。
Oh boy. Get rid of that. Holy shit. Something about that. Also, I'm having a lot of phlegminess this morning. God, I'm such a sucker for shit like this. That was very, very emotional. I had to. Good thing that the the fucking cutscene kept going, because I was getting really teary-eyed there. Oh boy. I don't even know what to say. I'm so sucked in. I'm so sucked into all these characters and their stories. It's really good. That being said, I also want to say it's really like, I'm trying to think of the word for it. Like, the arguments are really solid. From, you know, it's like, yeah, so clearly, you know, she's going in one direction now. But I really liked the arguments that Senel was making, where he was like, yeah, if if that's really what you want, then try telling me without looking like you're gonna break down in tears. Cause clearly you're lying to yourself. And I was like, yeah, that one got me. That one really hit me right in the fucking feels. Something about, especially the way that he said it so genuinely, like with so much emotion to it. You can hear it in my voice. I'm such a fucking baby. Oh boy, okay, let's kick her ass. Can we just do this? Yeah, let's do this to start with. Get spine broken. How much did that do? Oh Jesus, like it's barely a quarter. Not even. I wonder if her strength here has anything to do with what Chloe has on her. Oh, she has indignation now. That's nice. Oof, oof, ouch, oof. Can we not? I'm gonna heal myself because I feel like this is going to be a fight that definitely requires a little bit more management from me. Oh, that's terrible. That sucks. We're gonna do Will first. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I guess that's just... Ah. Wonderful. Okay, well, let's try that shit again. And I will try to be a little bit more proactive in Wait, what? There we go. I'll try to be a little bit more proactive in healing myself. Just because clearly this is going to be a pain in the butt fight. Shirley currently has nothing going on, I don't think. So you can... Love that. I swear to fucking Christ. I'm gonna use up all my life bottles doing this. You know what? I'm gonna do it because they take too long. I don't know who you're healing. I guess I'll wait and see. Let's do this myself for you. Can you not target the healers? That would be great. Whoa. Yeah, okay. That's no good. Ah, 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 ah. Well, we're gonna do another one. Holy moly, I'm just doing nothing but healing. This is terrible. This sucks. And she's dead. This is gonna be such a pain in the ass to do. Nope. Great. Cool. Shirley, just elixir me, please. Shirley. Shirley. You're already in the middle of something. Chloe. Ow. I wish I could use the bread for myself. What's happening? Did I use the wrong thing? I think I did. I think I used it on the wrong person. You know what? Maybe it's not worth it to keep her alive. Maybe I just keep myself alive because... Because then they can just double cure me every once in a while, and it's not so bad. Nope. I don't know if this is going to do what I want it to, but let's, you know what, we've used a lot of those. Let's use this time. Also, actually, why was I using that? Because... Can you please? Thank you. Thank you. This is so frustrating. She stun blocks way too much. Absolutely frustrated. Okay, well, like I'm not even doing any damage at some point. Okay, there we go. I will cheese the fuck out of you if you want me to, bitch. Stupid Sith if it's a I don't think they actually make a distinction. Whether a Sith is male or female, you're just a Sith, right? For some reason, I was thinking Sith Lord and like Sith Mistress, but I don't know why I don't know why I was thinking that. I don't think that's a thing. Yeah. Okay, stupid bitch. And then I will lemon gel myself, because the only person I can trust is myself, really. At this point. No melange. I guess now would be a good time to do Miracle Gel, because I shouldn't have been using that to begin with. I don't know why I was doing that. It was kind of a waste. Can you? Oh, you're such a pain in my ass. Hmm. Her DPS is so high. No wonder they gave a full heal plus... Okay, fuck you. They give a full heal plus a peddler. Ow. Well, we're getting pretty close to winning here. So, yeah, leaving What's-Her-Face dead, leaving Chloe dead was definitely the right call. I don't think I can do Climax yet, right? Yeah, no. I gotta wait for it to fully heal. So, it doesn't matter. We got it. We got her. Get fucked. Hey, Sheila, cool. Oh, new title? I wonder what the new title is. Check that.
私は絶対に死なないわ。私はクロエの心の闇。憎しみの目が消えない限り、何度でも蘇るんだから。あなたは長い間、一人ぼっちだったのね。何よその顔は。かわいそうって顔で見ないでよ。寂しさを紛らわすために憎しみに逃げ込んだ私。来ないで、来ないで、こっちに来ないで。私を縛るものはもう何もない。あなたも解放してあげる。 クロエさん。私が欲しがっていたものはもうそれに気がつかないなんて、私は愚かだ。剣は不用意に握るものじゃない。はい。
クロエ。
エルザ、急いで町に連れて帰ろう。
お兄ちゃん、クロエさんのこと。
ちゃんと町に連れて帰る。だから任せてくれ。
待ってる。
雨降りそうだな。
So, that young version of Chloe, I could have sworn it was just going to be like the guys that the mist lady that we keep seeing, who seems to be the one sort of like trying to direct and infect people with it, was taking, because that was the most effective that she probably believed for Chloe to try to get her to give in. But is that not true? She created that on her own? Is it? I feel like this is the first time that that would have been entirely separate. Like, the mist itself has been separate from her. She's not always there when it happens. But whenever it's like a specific person, I feel like it's always been her at the helm. She's just using it as a conduit to try to get people to do what she wants them to do, to like give in to hate or despair or whatever. It's a little weird that this one would have been different, where it seems like it was really just an entirely created thing from Chloe. I suppose maybe she felt like she didn't need to be as directly involved because Chloe was already doing such a good job of almost giving in herself. Maybe that's why. Alright.
「両親が殺された時、私は自分の弱さを認めることができなかった。すべてを他人のせいにして逃げ場を作っていただけなんだな。
クロエ。
エルザのひたむきな姿を見て、私は大切なことを教えられた。
間違えたり逃げたりするのは誰にだってあることだ。苦しみに一人で立ち向かうのはすごくきついことだからな。だけど苦しいからこそ、辛いからこそ、俺たちはつながっていけるんだと思う。一人で解決できる強さを人は持ち合わせていないからな。
空はいつも私を笑う。
気持ちいい雨だと思うけどな。
そんな風に考えたことなかった。私はどうすればよかったと思う？
クロエはよくやったんだ。だからもう休んでいい。
私は
クロエは努力してきただろう。それを誇りに思っていいんだ。過去を否定することはない。
私は
クロエを責めるやつなんてここには誰一人としていない。
いいのかな？
クロエを責めるやつがいたら俺がぶっ飛ばしてやる。他のみんなだってきっと同じだ。
敵討ちなんてやめていいのかな？
クロエがしたくないことをする必要なんてない。誰が許さなくても俺が許してやる。だからもうやめろ。誰かの影や周囲の声を気にして生きていく必要はもうないんだ。自分の人生を生きていいんだ。クロエはここにいるんだからな。
その言葉を言ってくれるのがクーリッジでなければ胸に飛び込んで泣けたのに。
クロエ、
ありがとうセネル。けどもう優しさはいいよ。
クロエ、
今だけでいいから背中を貸して。
雨本当に気持ちいいぞ。
雨でよかった。
くっちゃん戻ってくるかの？
セネルちゃんが一緒ですもの。大丈夫よ。戻ってきたとしても今まで通りってわけにはいかないかもね。
どういう意味です？
クーが遺跡船を出ていくかもしれないってこと。
確かにクロエさんの性格を考えたら自分から離れようとするかもしれませんね。
己に厳しく責任感が強いからな。
背の字に大怪我させたわけじゃしの。
剣を下げたとはいえオルコットさんとエルザさんの近くにもいづらいでしょうし。
でもやっぱり一番大きいのはセネセネのことかな。
どういう意味です？
私がクーの立場だったらもう居場所がないって思っちゃうかも。気持ちがバレちゃったらそばにいるのは耐えられない。
ほんまにくっちゃんとはお別れなんか。おお、戻ったか。
みんながいるならちょうどいい。
Shit.
私は大陸に帰ろうと思う。
理由を聞かせてもらっていいか。
敵討ちにも決着がついた。私がここにいる理由はもうない。みんなにもたくさん迷惑をかけたし、これ以上は一緒にいない方がいいと思う。それに
やっぱりこっちにも決着つけちゃったか。
決意が固いのなら止めても無駄だろうな。
みんなには世話になった。シャーリー？
他に言うことあると思います。みんなの顔をよく見てください。クロエさんのことを心配してここでずっと待っていたんですよ。そういう気持ち全部投げ捨てて逃げるんですか？
それは
置き去りにしていいものなんですか？手放していいものなんですか？
いいはずない。
クロエさんにとって大切なものではないんですか？
大切に決まっている。
クロエさんの居場所はここだったんじゃないんですか？うん、そうだよ。
ノーマ。
りっちゃんの言う通りだと思うな。全部投げ捨てることないんじゃない？
わいらはせっかく出会うたんじゃ。大切にしても罰は当たりゃせん。
クロエの本当の望みは何だ？
お姉さん、クロエちゃんと別れるなんて嫌よ。
ここに残るのも 責任の取り方の一つですよ。
みんなこう言ってるよ。クー、どうする？
私はここにいてもいいのか？
だからいいのかじゃなくてさ。
そうだな。私はまだここにいたい。
それよ。
仲間と一緒にいたい。
クーが泣いた。
そんな大げさに驚くことか。私だって泣くことくらいはある。
そっかそっか。
失礼だぞ。あまりジロジロと見るな。
いいじゃんいいじゃん。泣いた分だけすっきりするよ。
ありがとうシャーリー。俺じゃクロエを止められなかった。
私一緒にいるみんなのことが好き。そう思ったら自然に体が動いてたんだよ。
大切な仲間だもんな。
よし、話もまとまったところで朝飯でも食うとするかな。
ボースケがまとめないでよ。
なんでじゃ。
似合いません。
ここが私の居場所か。今なら笑顔で答えられそうだ。私は幸せですと。
Holy moly. Oh god. So I guess the love triangle is settled then? She sort of like tacitly got her answer, and maybe he even understands, and he was like, well, I guess we won't like verbally say it out loud, other than the fact that he's friend-zoned her several times now by like being very specific about, you know, saying that she is a friend, which is oof, that hurts a little bit. But so I guess that's a thread that we have wrapped up. We're not going to be worried about that in the future. But wow, just walked up and slapped her in the face. Holy shit. For a second, I thought she might.
お兄ちゃん起きて。もう朝だよ。
For a second, I thought she might actually disappear. And just... And then it would just be us. I guess I figured, for someone who's such a huge character, and who you might have spent a whole lot of time, depending on, like, what you're... I don't know how quickly into all of these character quests and whatnot, that you can actually get those customization weapons, but I guess it wouldn't make sense to be able to do all of that effort for somebody who might disappear once their story's done. But I did have the thought that maybe that was going to happen. For real. And then I would just have to figure out somebody else to put in her spot.
今日はエルザさんの様子を見に行くって約束してたでしょ。もう私先に行っちゃうよ。噴水広場で待ってるからすぐ来てね。 ちは。
ああ、
隣どうですか？
うん。シャーリーは誰かと待ち合わせか？
はい、お兄ちゃんとエルザさんの様子を見に行こうと思って。
エルザならだいぶ良くなった。体力さえつけば健康そのものだ。
エルザさんとオルコットさん、この町に残るそうですね。
そうしてほしいと私から頼んだんだ。オルコット殿の薬の知識はこの町で暮らす人々の助けになる。クーリッチ、遅いな。
はい。
でもちょうど良かったかもしれない。シャーリーと話をしたかったから。
私もです。
Oh boy, we're actually hashing it out. I see. Also, why is Seto so hard to get up in the morning? This is like the fact that this is a running problem with him is pretty funny. I guess maybe now that he finally has a bed to sleep in and he's not just finding random places to sleep on the floor in Will's house, you know, he's just taking advantage of it as much as possible.
私が町に残ることができたのはシャーリーのおかげだ。
決めたのはクロエさん自身ですよ。
私の居場所がここにあることをシャーリーは気づかせてくれた。本当。
クロエさん、
大陸に戻っていたらこんな晴れやかな気分にはなれなかったと思う。思いをすべて吐き出したら気分がすごく楽になったよ。叶わないな。シャーリーの真の強さには、実を言うともう少しか弱いかと思っていた。叶わないな、本当に。
私クロエさんのこと羨ましかったんですよ。お兄ちゃんクロエさんと話すときはすごく自然なんです。信頼していて対等な立場にいて隣を任せられる大きな存在、それがクロエさんなんですよ。
私が対等な立場？
初めて会った時からああこの人はって思ってました。
クーリッチにとって私はあくまで仲間の一人なんだろうな。
え？
今になってやっと分かった。クーリッチの隣に立てることは私にとって嬉しくもあったけど、結局そういうことなんだと思う。誤解がないように言っておくが、それが嫌なわけじゃないぞ。仲間として信頼されるのはとても誇らしく思う。ただクーリッチの求める女性とは自分の隣で戦う存在ではないんだ。隣に並んで立って私だけが浮かれていたんだな。
私クロエさんに謝らないと。叩いたりしてごめんなさい。痛かったですよね。
シャーリーは謝るようなことをしたのか？
いえ、してません。今のは聞かなかったことにしてください。
シャーリーが本気で接してくれて嬉しかったよ。どうでもいいと思っていたら本気で怒ることもなかっただろう。
はい。
正しいことをされて腹を立てるわけにもいかない。全然痛くもなかったし。
本当に？
うん。
だったら白状します。あの時ありったけの力を込めました。
何？
痛くなかったならいいですよね。
I hit you as hard as I could, by the way. What do you mean? It didn't even... How is that possible? Look, she's got little water people hands that are very delicate, and she uses mostly magic, so...
それはそうだけど。私たちこんな風に話せたんだな。
もっと早くこうすればよかった。
やはりこの時間は大切だ。失うなんてできない。
クロエさん。
そのクロエさんというのはやめにしないか？できればクロエと呼んでほしい。
いいんですか？
小さなことかもしれないけど、その小さなところから私たちはつながっていけるんだと思う。
クロエ？ん？
なんだ？
That's really funny. That's one of those things that's, it was probably like a weirdness between English localization and, undub to get the Japanese audio in that, like, got missed or whatever. Or it just didn't fit and there was no way to make that fit. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of stuff got, you know, like, re-edited from what I understand, but, you know, that one was very clearly, she started the sentence again without the and then it's, yeah, there you go. Now tell me whatever you're gonna tell me. Whereas it funny thing.
クロエ。クロエ。
Oh wow, this is pretty bad. So now it's... So this is just completely scuffed from what it should be. Because for some reason, I guess they thought when they did the localization that it was weird for her to be like testing her name just like without being shy about it, just very clearly, just also without any honorifics, which I'm pretty sure, you know, it's one of those things that just goes into the back of my mind and I don't even think about it because I listen to so much stuff in Japanese all the time. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure they've been using honorifics and stuff for the game. Now I can't, of course, but now I can't even think of one time where I could definitively say that they were. But either way, it's how funny that this is so off with what's like actually on screen.
連呼しろとは言ってない。
クロエ、クロエ、クロエ。
クーリッチの隣は譲らないぞ。これだけははっきり言っておく。
わかりました。みんなも来ていると思うので病院に行きませんか？
クーリッチを待たなくていいのか？
寝ぼすけなお兄ちゃんなんて知りません。行きましょう、クロエ。
うん。
シャーリー、俺置いてかれたのか
？It's pretty funny. Oh, I'm all by myself, so I can't do. Well, I guess I could check this. Do I have anything that's better than what I currently have? Fine. No, not really. It's funny is that the titles, there's really never anything that seems to be a direct upgrade. It's always just whatever. Shit, is it this way? I think it's this way. It's whatever you feel like you want to. Nope. You feel like you want to be specializing in, and then once you find whatever that is, you just leave it. Because everything, all those title things, they're so minor for the most part. It really doesn't do anything for. It's this weird guy again.
おや？あなたは確か以前に道をお聞きしましたね。
It's been several weeks and I just found the place. Oh wait, no, he was asking for the graveyard.
そんなこともあったっけな。
今日は髪の綺麗な女性と一緒ではないのですか？
Why are you so determined to be as creepy as possible every single time we see you?
見ればわかるだろう。
Also, weird when... Like, why are you so gaunt in the face?
それもそうですね。この町は実に平和ですね。あくびが出るほどに緊張感がない。
平和なのはいいことだ。
突然隣人が切りかかってくるなど誰も想像したりしないのでしょうね。
お前何が言いたいんだ？
何？簡単なことですよ。平和に堕落した人間など生きている価値はない。怖い顔をしないでください。今のは冗談みたいなものです。
冗談にしては笑えないな。
申し訳ありませんね。皮肉な性格なものでして、不愉快な気分にさせる気はまああったわけですけど。
何がおかしい？お前誰だ？何の目的で遺跡船に来た？
理由や目的くらいもちろんありますが、あなたにそれを話す義理はない。いずれ近いうちに分かりますよ。その時手遅れでなければいいですがね。
だったら今手を打っておくか。
それはやめておきましょう。楽しみは残しておきたいですからね。それでは失礼します。
I was gonna say, it's like, well, we could also just not give you the choice. I mean, we did, where are you? Ah, okay. We did defeat many monsters before getting to whatever the hell you are. And then now he ninja poofed away. See ya. How the hell is he gonna tie in anything?
Oh, Senoji,ようやく来よったか。
Sorry, sleeping is just so nice, especially when, you know, you're just gifted a house.
せねせねってば最低。
待ち合わせをすっぽかすとはな。人でなし。私の顔に何かついているか？
いや、なんでもない。シャリー、ごめん。
お兄ちゃんが遅れたおかげでいいことがあったからいいよ。わざわざお見舞いに来ていただいてありがとうございます。
エルサ、体調はいいのか？
はい、皆さんのおかげで病気も治って元気です。
Oh, she's just like cured. Okay, that's nice.
本当によかったわね。
なんとお礼を言えばいいのか。
これからは多くの人を助けるためあなたの力を使ってほしい。
存分に働かせてもらうよ。
私もお手伝いするね。
時にオルコットさん、帰らずの森で見た黒い霧のこと何かご存知ありませんか？
あのようなものを見たのは初めてだ。全く見当もつかない。力になれなくてすまんな。
霧ね。グー姉さん？今の私かしら。
She was about to hit her with the Kamehameha.
何か昔のことが頭に思い浮かんだような。もしかして今度こそ記憶が。頑張れグー姉さん。
わいも応援しちょるけんの。
モーゼスさんに応援されても効果があるとは思えませんけどね。
つまり何なのかしら。わかるか。
このボルトを呼びつけたのは主であられたか。
Did we have a name for the other little spirits that would pop up?
まあボルトちゃんっていうの？会えて嬉しいわ。
また一人で話し始めたぞ。
姉さん、もうダメなんかの。
She's an absolute, like 15 out of 10. But she talks to the air as if someone's there.
赤いのが失礼なことを言っておりますが、よろしいので？
よろしいんじゃないかしら。グリューネさん、どうしちゃったんですか？
時々ああなるんだ。原因は私たちにもわからない。
主よ、以前と何やら様子が。
どうかしたのかしら？
失礼つかまつった。主の状態を最初に理解すべきであった。この未成熟な世界が何よりの証拠か。我もこのような形でしか存在できぬ。
So this isn't your form, normally. Interesting.
まあ、そうなの？すごいわね。
時が満ちるまでしばしの眠りにつくといたそう。
グリューネさん、何がすごいんですか？あら？何だったかしら？ちっともすごくねー！ノーマちゃんが大きな声出すからわからなくなっちゃったじゃない。もうどうしてくれるかな。あたしのせいか。まあ、壺の中にボルトちゃんの種が入ってるわ。どこに植えようかしら。ああ。
I fucking called it. Okay, we're going into Moses' character quest next.
チャバ、そんなに慌ててどがしたんじゃ。
No, I didn't call it. Fuck, that was shit. No, I thought it was gonna be Jay because they were gonna I lied. I remembered it backwards. I went the opposite route and said it was going to be Jay, but I think it is going to be Moses. It was going to be the more obvious of the two. Son of a bitch.
ここは病院だ。大声で騒ぐんじゃない。
すいません。でもそれどころじゃないんだ。また兄弟が襲われて。
なんじゃと？場所は？
霧の山脈だよ。
Oh, the Misty Mountain's cold? Were dungeons deep and caverns old?
何の話だ？最近兄弟が魔物に襲われる事件が何件も続いてて。モーゼス、本当なのか？
なぜ今まで話さなかった？
それは話せない理由でもあるのか？兄弟を襲った魔物っていうのがガルフみたいなんです。
ガルフと言ったらギートちゃんと一緒ね。まさかギートが？
ないない、それはないって。ギートンすっごくおとなしいし。
兄弟が襲われたのは今回で7回目になります。
That's quite a bit.
そんなに？
なぜ黙っていた？
黙っとったんと違う。言う必要がなかっただけじゃ。
ギートが疑われてるんじゃないのか？必要ないとは思えないけどな。
おもろない冗談じゃのう。ギートはそがわなことはしゃあせん。
今ギートはどこにいるんだ？
それは
モーゼスさんにも所在がわからないみたいですね。
なんじゃ、我らまでギートを疑うんか？
口では言わないけど兄弟は確実に疑ってるよ。ギートを探し出して真相を確かめようとしてる。野生化への恐怖があるから黙ってじっとしてらんないんだ。
野生化？どういうことだ？
ギートが家族を傷つけるわけない。そがなことは我らもよう分かっちゅるじゃろうが。
兄貴とギートの関係は誰よりもよく分かってるよ。けど野生化への恐怖は消し去れないんだよ。
そがわに言うんじゃったらワイが調べちゃる。
俺たちも一緒に行く。
瀬の字。
ギートが疑われてるというなら 俺たちが潔白を証明すればいい。
我ら
オイラも連れて行ってください。兄弟に真相を伝えるためにもこの目で見ておきたいんです。
おう、その目でよう見ちょれ。
霧の山脈へ行ってみましょう。
There it is. Oh, I was wrong. I should have went with the obvious one. Oh boy. You're welcome. Hello, murderer. I mean, you're gonna try to do your best to make amends. But it's hard to reconcile the fact that you're just sort of getting off scot-free for actual, like, murder in place of, what do they call that? It's, oh... I'm trying to think of... So, like, in my head, I'm trying to think of like, the charge. Because there would be... Because you have, like, you know, it's like, well, you have breaking and entering, right? When you, break into a home and, you know, actually, like, go in and steal stuff, right? Or is it just... Wait, am I wrong about that? Are those not rolled into one? I thought they were. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Pizza. But I think there's... So, like, there's armed robbery, which is clearly, you know, you rob someone with some sort of weapon and by force, right? I'm trying to think, is there a charge that's like... I guess maybe they would just be separate, because why would you have them not be separate? But for some reason, in my head, I was thinking that there was something that was murder when in the context of a burglary, or, you know, like a burglary gone wrong. But I guess maybe I'm just thinking, I'm just being dumb, because I don't think that would it would probably just be two separate things. Maybe I'm just thinking of when they talk about it in like crime documentaries about stuff, when they're like going through the investigation process, and they kind of get lumped together as like possibilities of why did this happen? Well, it could have been this went wrong at the same time as this, and so like one led to another, and they kind of get said in the same breadth, you know? But yeah, so how about just scrap that entirely and I'm just an idiot. But regardless, yeah, it wasn't... So actually, in interesting comparison, I guess, because you have what am I doing again? Oh yeah, I definitely need to get more of a whole bunch of stuff, because I used quite a bit. So while I've been doing that editing for that video, I've been seeing a lot of Rurouni Kenshin clips, and so it reminds me of that, where he's like, okay, he's killed a lot of people, but he wasn't doing it, like, he was doing it for, like, liberation of his country and his people, right? So it was, you know, it was a necessary to him at the time, and then he wants to make amends afterwards. Whereas this, yes, it's in a good cause in that, like, you know, you don't want a little girl to get sick and die, But you're telling me that in the course of stealing, like, literally just money that you then use to do whatever it is that you're going to do, it had to escalate to that? It would have made more sense, I think, and I probably would have been a little bit more, what would you call it? I would be a little bit more willing to forgive that fact if he had only killed one parent in the struggle and then he left the other because he was like, I don't need to keep doing this. I can get what I need now. I'm sorry that it, in the struggle, in the heat of the moment, that happened. And then, because you can still have that she, because clearly, like, some of the narrative would change a little bit, but if it was that, like, okay, say it was the father that died, right, because he was, trying to protect them from being robbed, and then he gets killed in the fight, and then the mom, she ends up, passing away only a few years later, maybe because she was, like, her constitution maybe wasn't, like, quite as good as it could be, and with the added stress of a broken heart, she ends up, tragically just passing away early due to, like, sort of natural causes. And then Chloe is left alone. And so within the span of that night, and then, like, like 2-3 years after that, she still can go through this arc of she's lost a lot. It's a little bit more extended, but, she would still have the, okay, she's grieving for her father. She's slowly but surely losing her mother, who's probably going to have a lot of problems of her own. Not every parent deals with loss and how to show that or not show that to their children very well. So sometimes they, it's entirely, on their sleeve, and they don't deal with it together. They just both suffer entirely, right? And so that at least would have given me reason to think, okay, maybe you deserve to just live in this nice peaceful town and be a medicine man and redeem yourself that way. But he went to the added cruelty of dispatching them both and then leaving her with, like, mental scars by being a dick. I'm not entirely sure why I should be sympathizing with him beyond the fact that, he has a daughter that he cares for and that we've gotten a little attached to her. Beyond that, fuck you, I think. You're kind of an asshole. You probably deserve a much harsher, like, just any sort of punishment. But he doesn't seem like that's what... We've just rewrapped that up. Hatred isn't the way, don't get revenge for anything ever. Even if it's justified. Geet!
Geeto!
牙と爪に何かついてる。
Oh no.
まさか血ってことはないよね。
No, he just found a raspberry bush and he just went to town. Obviously, it's like that. It's like that. It's that fucking webm of the dog who he's like just walking around somebody's garden and he just grabs a tomato in his mouth and he's just like, hum, yum, yum, yum. That's him. That's Geet.
魔物でも退治してきたんじゃろ。なんじゃその反応は。我らも冷たいの。 ギートを信じちょると違うんか。
I desperately want to, but what do you mean by going wild? Like turning wild? What is that? Is that like a thing that happens with Galfs?
もちろん信じてはいる。ただ
冷静な目で判断をしたいだけだ。こんな時だからこそ状況は正確に把握しないとな。
僕思うんですけど、
なんじゃい改まって。
やっぱりギートはガルフなんですよね。どれだけ信頼で結ばれていても、心を通い合わせているとしても、この前提は絶対に消せません。ガルフが人と共存してるなんてそもそも不自然なんですよ。
いつものことじゃが J ボーの話は面白うないの。今まで何を見てきたんじゃ。ワイとギートの何を見てきたんじゃ。つまらん理屈の通用する世界と違う。
まあまあ、とにかくさ、調べてみればいいじゃん。
ワイとギートがきっちりと犯人の魔物を退治しちゃる。そうすりゃ誰も文句なかろう。行くぞギート。
本当に分かりやすい人ですね。苛立ちが丸見えじゃないですか。
だから放っておけないんだろ。
僕は別に
Oh.
別に隠さなくったっていいじゃん。
It's funny that after we've gone through our like the biggest arc of the main game, Senel has become very good at reading his friends.
俺たちも行くぞ。
So, I would like to think that Geet is trying to figure out... What's up? What? I'm with the program. I'm hip. Sure. Oh shit. Where am I going? Uh-oh. Shit. Wait a minute. Hold on. Misty Mountains. So where is that? That's like diagonal from where... So this is where we are. That's Fort on Rage. Misty Mountains. Oh, Bandit's Lair is like up here, so that's a little bit too far. So it's like in between? Well, I guess I'll just... this one I actually have to follow the thing then. Hopefully, I don't get lost. Ah, yeah, okay, I remember now. Wow, okay. Glad I swooshed right into between those guys. So what I hope is that, in some way, Giet is trying to figure out what's going on himself, and maybe he's even getting into... Although, I guess he would be a little bit more... He would be a little bit more like, hey, follow me, I'm like on the... I'm on the trail of whatever's hurting our guys, right? Rather than just like showing up all of a sudden and being like, hello, how are you doing? But I would hope that the reason he's been disappearing so much and showed up like this is that he's also looking into it, because he does have that bond. But And so people are just misunderstanding because he can't tell anybody what he's doing. He's just, you know, he's just doing what he thinks he can do.
どうじゃもっと奥に行かんと何もわからんか
Oh? I?
あらガルフちゃんが出てきたわよ。こいつがギートンの偽物なの？
ギートワイとギートにかかればちょろいもんじゃ
You know, I feel a little weird about that. It kind of just walked up and it hadn't done anything yet.
貧弱なガルフでしたね。今のが襲撃の犯人とは思えません。
オイラたちもあの程度の雑魚には遅れを取ったりはしませんからね。
他にもいるかもしれない。調査を続けよ
なーに安心せい全部ワイとギートが成敗しちゃる
山脈全域を一通り回った方がいいだろうな。
マジでそんなに歩くの？ギートの潔白を証明するためだ。
嫌なら無理に来なくていいぞ。ここで一人待っているか？
きっといろいろなものが出てくるわね。お姉さんウキウキしちゃうわ。
一人でいろいろなものに出会いたくはないのでお供させていただきます。
Yeah, probably for the best. Just occurred to me, gotta fix the damn rotation again. You know what? I think I might actually replace Chloe with... Let's replace with Groon. Let's see how this works out. I'm not gonna go through those fucking bubbles anymore. Not unless I, like, actually see something that I want to go get. Whoop. Also, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't bother to expand on the turning wild thing, as if it was like a phase, you know, that possibly is indicative of their, not indicative, like part of their species. Like, it's a thing that you have to worry about with Galfs in particular, is that even if you bring them up in like domestically, they still have a chance to just turn back into you know, wild animals. It's like people talking about, it's like, yeah, you can, you know, sometimes if you find a say like, whoa, what the hell? Jesus, I've never seen him do that. It'd be like if you find a hyena or like a coyote or a wolf or something, and you raise it from very young because it got abandoned or something, and it'll die if you don't. Maybe it, you know, it gets used to you. It becomes comfortable because it grew up with you in maybe other animals that are similar to, you know, like coyote and a dog growing up together. However, it'll still have some of those instincts that every once in a while just come to the forefront, right? Where people have noted it in like I've seen, like, you know, people who do YouTube videos on it because they have animals like that they've rescued, and they're like, yeah, so when you compare my you know, my I don't know. I just we'll call it like a my German Shepherd to my wolf that I found and I raised because he was, you know, gonna pass away if I didn't take him in. They have very different.
クーリッチ、どうかしたのか?
They have very different, weird, you know, obviously all animals are going to have their own quirks, but it'll be like, okay, when this thing happens, my dog will do, you know, maybe a little handful of things that you expect most dogs to do, whereas the wolf has those deep-seated, like, evolutionary instincts from, you know, however many hundreds of thousands of years, right? Millions even. And it'll have like an entirely opposite reaction. And if you try to treat them the same, it will backfire on you because of what looks like passivity in a wolf is not the same as what it looks like in a dog. So it's like you have to understand a little bit of how to like read them properly as if they are like an entirely separate animal, which is, you know, they're canines, but they are very separate lines of you know, stuff. So stuff good. You know, which is interesting. If you know, life had been different, maybe I would have gone into something that was more focused on like animals, but because I think animal behavior is very interesting, especially when you're comparing certain animals that are like when you're comparing animals that are very isolated compared to ones that might see people all the time. Seeing that difference between the two, I think that's very interesting.
少し考え事をな。
背の字には似合わんの。
誰のためだと思ってるんだよ。
この辺りで一旦休憩にしよ
う。わいは先の様子を見てくれ。ギト、行こうか。
モースケ、そわそわしてんね。
モーゼスにとってギートは家族そのものだからな。
He is family.
信頼はしていても落ち着かないんだろ
う。家族のことになるとシャンドルは一生懸命だからな。
チャバに聞きたいことがある。
はい、何ですか？
チャバたちはどうしてギートを疑うんだ？普段のモーゼスとギートを見ていれば簡単に疑いの目は向けられないだろう。
シャンドルたちの結びつきが強いことは私たちにだってわかる。
僕もその点は引っかかりますね。何か理由があるんじゃないですか？
言いたくなければ無理に話す必要はないがな。
お話しします。皆さんには知っておいてもらうべきでしょう。最悪の事態になった時は皆さんの力が必要になりますから。
最悪の事態？なんかすんごく嫌な響きだね。ドキドキしちゃうわね。
野生化とやらが関係してるのか。
There we go. Thank you.
兄弟のみんなは恐れているんです。ギートが野生化することを。
野生化というのは具体的にどのような現象なんですか？
人と暮らした日々を忘れ、魔獣が本来の生き方に戻ることを言います。
それはすなわち魔物に戻るということですか？
そんな心配する必要あんの？ギートンが人を襲うとは思えないよ。
それは茶葉たちの方がよく分かってるんじゃないのか？
兄貴とギートのことは子供の頃から知ってます。二人が強い信頼関係で結ばれているのはよく分かってます。
それならなぜ野生化を恐れるんだ？
野生化は魔獣使いの宿命なんです。
なんだって？
人と共に生きる道を選んだ魔獣はいつか必ず野生化する日が来るんです。一つの例外もなく。
茶葉たちはそのことを知っているからギートを警戒しているのか？
ギートが普通のガルフだったら今ほど神経質にならなかったと思います。
どういう意味だ？
ギートはグランドガルフと呼ばれる特別な種類のガルフなんです。ガルフの中の王者と呼ばれ、優れた統率力を持った誇り高き種族。
確かにグランドガルフは絶対に人に懐かないと聞いている。モーゼスが連れているのを初めて見た時は驚いたものだ。
グランドガルフがなぜ王者とまで呼ばれているかご存知ですか？
茶葉の言った通りだからじゃないのか？
それも当然あります。だけどそれだけじゃない。グランドガルフが人の手に負えない圧倒的な力を持っているからなんです。
ギートンってそんなに強いの？
昔オイラのいた集落はたった一頭のグランドガルフによって半分の人間が無残に殺されました。
うげ、マジで？
グランドガルフは魔獣使いの間でイフの象徴なんです。兄貴はそんなギートと笑いながら一緒にいることができる。
だからこそお前たちはモーゼスに惹かれるわけか。
モスケってば案外すごいやつ？
兄貴はオイラたちの憧れです。
野生化が起こるのにはきっかけや理由があるんですか？
最も多いのは主との力の均衡が崩れてしまうことです。魔獣の方が強くなりすぎてしまい、主を主と認めなくなるんです。他には血の味を覚え、魔物としての本能に飲み込まれていく者もいます。
野生化と言われるのも納得がいきますね。
野生化した魔獣はその後どうなるんですか？
道は2つあります。一つは連れ添った人間によって殺されること。
うげ、マジで？
野生化した魔獣は例外なく連れ合いを襲うんです。
それが野生に戻るための魔獣なりの儀式なのかもしれない。人との関係を断ち切るためのな。
ただし全ての魔獣使いが勝利するわけではありません。実力により敗れる者もいれば、情に敗れ死を選んだ者もいます。それが
ヘビーな話だね。お姉さん嬉しくないわ。
これが魔獣使いの宿命なんです。
そがな宿命。ワイとギートが変えちゃるわ。
モーゼス。
みんながそう言って宿命に飲み込まれていったんです。自分たちだけは大丈夫だと言って、それは兄貴もよく知ってるでしょ。
け、ワイとギートは大丈夫じゃ。
I see. Okay. It didn't occur to me that, and maybe they mentioned it, but so the reason that they've kind of pulled together as a group is very strictly because of Moses. It's not because they were just like going around with a common goal. It was a common person that they were looking up to. That's very interesting. However, the balance of power thing, I have to imagine that part of that is going to... Oof, nice. Part of that is going to be different here, specifically because even if they had some sort of, like, power dynamic going on for, you know, to begin with, that's no longer the case. Now it's, we're not like, we're not, you know, like the master and the pet or the, you know, whatever, the servant. Now, we are equal partners, you know. More importantly, we are, you know, like Moses said, we're family. It's not really the same dynamic. So even if Geet got stronger than him with that kind of context for their partnership, it wouldn't really matter to him in the end if he outstripped Moses. He would just be able to use that to better protect him and us to another extent, because I'm fairly confident that we've been inducted into that little pack structure that he might be considering us and Moses to be part of as well now. So I have to imagine that's going to be... Oh boy. I feel like I've looked at the lure before, and it's not what I think it is. It would be kind of nice, though, if I could find a place to go fishing and have a little fishing minigame. You know what does have that? Breath of Fire has that. You have a little fishing minigame. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I think if I did play that through, which I think would be fun, because that's the last time I remember picking it up, I think I only got, I don't know how far I got, but I'm pretty sure I never got to the point of being able to finish it. So being able to start it over from the beginning and go through that whole story would be pretty fun. Whichever one that I did. Probably wouldn't need to go all the way back to the beginning. I might start at like 3 or I don't know, maybe 2. I would need to look in to see like which one like the narrative gets really good at. I think probably 3, but I don't know. I'd have to look into it. Because I think 3, it's either 3 or 4 that I remember playing and really enjoying it, and that's the one with the fishing minigame. But yeah, it's... I think if I did, I would have to like... I'd probably want to look up a little guide and be like, how do you do this stupid minigame properly? Because I feel like half the time when I was trying it, I was just... And I don't know, maybe that's the point. It was like, it was mostly me just hoping that something would catch and, you know, throwing the line out, reeling it in really slowly, getting nothing, do it again, you know, for like, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, and then every once in a while I would actually catch something. But usually I would just be throwing out, reel in, throwing out, reel in. Which I suppose is more accurate to the fishing experience. So maybe that's silly of me to think that I would like every single time I throw the lure out, I'm gonna get something. Probably a little spoiled by other games where that is a thing that happens. Like I can't begin to say how much time I spent fishing in Stardew Valley, and that one is very clearly like you get, so because even on failures you are doing something, because even if you just pull up like some garbage, you do still have to do part of the minigame for getting the garbage, and then at some point that becomes useful too, because you get like recyclers and stuff. So it's not even like, oh, this is just the same. I think I want to go this way, right? Or is this where I came from? Oh boy, I'm getting lost again. This way, there we go. You know what? I think after this fight, I'm gonna have to mute for a second and run to the restroom. Had too much coffee this morning. I'm glad that I don't know if it's because we're doing good with the just the sort of passive leveling, with having to like encounter as much stuff as we do, walking through all the places that we're having to go to continue these stories. But these enemies, at the very least, other than these stupid flying ones, which are always a pain in my butt, it's not kicking my ass nearly as bad as when all of these character quest things started, and it felt like I was constantly having to be on edge, rather than just for the bosses, which clearly are now sort of stepping up their game. You know, because clearly, like, that one with Chloe was pretty, or Dark Chloe, I suppose. Pretty difficult. I say that, and then I was like, yeah, I'll just keep going.
"それらしい魔物はいませんでしたね。私ってばっか弱いからすんごく疲れちゃったよ。
Uh-huh.
ああ、今のところはツッコミ欲しいかな。放置はちょっと切なかったり。あら、ノーマちゃんはか弱くて可愛いわよ。さすがグー姉さん、相方の鏡だね。
どうかしましたか？モーゼスさんに真面目な顔は全くもって似合いませんよ。
さてはこいつが襲撃の犯人か。
Does the monster have like a big ass ring on its tail? It's got like gold bangles and shit? How did you get that? Who accessorized you?
ガルフじゃないよ。よかったね、モースケ。
わいは何も心配しちょらん。ギートを信じとったけんな。
僕たちは敵とみなされたようですね。
どの道成敗するんじゃ。行くぞギート。
You know, he didn't really, he didn't really react when it showed up. He just kind of stared at it. I wonder if Geet knows what this thing is. Like, knows it on like like a social level. Although, probably if that was true, we wouldn't be fighting it now. Because I think the assumption is... Well, actually, I think if I have Moses in the team, don't we have Geet with us too, fighting? So, the only reason, you know, Geet's not here now is because I don't have Moses in the team. But I was gonna say, like, we probably wouldn't fight it and then have Geet be like, no, 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 no. Like, we're friends or something. Or, like, I'm trying to smash or whatever, you know. Whatever animal instincts are going on. Although you'd think that a golf would probably go with another golf. I don't think it would go with a sphinx that looks more like a cat. But, you know, I don't know. These are... Maybe all monsters are compatible in this world. It's fantasy rules. Maybe you can have a sphinx mushroom hybrid that has a pipe. And it's very flashily accessorized with gold bangles. Or bronze, whatever this is. It kind of looks like bronze more than gold. Wow, it just like dive bombed her. That's terrible. Can you? I hate the flying enemies. I hate it. Oh, and I can't even like, unless I get like a good. There we go. There we go. Oh, and then it didn't do any damage because it had like the iframes. That sucks. That's a good... Oh? Okay, so I just didn't remember that that's what these sphinxes do. They'll like shoot up into the air and then dive bomb people. Most enemies don't move that quickly, so it was very jarring to see. Oh, come on. Oh, that's so suck. That's the big suck. I'm glad that I have mostly magic users right now, because trying... Like, Chloe would not be... She'd be whiffing most of her attacks on this thing with her sword, I'm sure. Interesting. You did that in exactly the perfect spot in the perfect place. Oh, dear lord, I hate these. I hope that whatever RPG that I play next is just turn-based, honestly. I really like the fact that this has a unique system where it's like a 2D or a side fighter, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But it definitely can be a little bit of a pain.
ギータ、もうええ。そいつはどうせ助からん。ギート、やめるんじゃ。そいつはもう死んどる。
ちょっとギートンやりすぎだってば。うわ、むごい。
ギートがモーゼスさんの言葉を無視するとは思いませんでした。
今のはたまたまじゃ。
本当に？
たまたまに決まっちゃる。決まっちゃるじゃん。
とにかくここでの用事は済んだ。町に戻って様子を見よう。
Interesting. Okay. It can't be just as simple as that's actually what's happening, right? I feel like that's not a route that we would go down considering the rest of the trajectory of the story. I feel like that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I feel like there's gotta be some other... There's gotta be something else to this. Though, how do you explain away the fact that he was just like really going ham on that monster? Unless he was just like really pissed at it, like he knew it did something that he didn't like. You know, that I suppose that could be it. But that does feel a little flimsy. And I suppose Git could be affected by the black mist, although we haven't seen it physically, but that doesn't mean that it's not happening. But whereas we can talk someone down from that, you know, Will, Chloe, stuff like that, how would you do that with a tamed monster? That would be... I wonder if my fucking stomach gurgle came through on the mic. Hopefully not. I wonder how that would go. Because clearly that would be a very different conversation to be having. Oh boy. I mean, it would have to be Moses. Moses would have to make some sort of connection, something in a more instinctual sense to help bring Giat back if Giat is being influenced by the black mist and being overcome by emotion and instinct, which would be a lot harder for Giat to... it's gotta be that, actually, now that I think about it. It has to be, because all of these other problems that we've seen, they are a monster... A lot of them are monster specific. You know, like, they're affecting humans to a certain extent. Although we've been able to sort of fight it off more often than not. But all of the monsters that we end up fighting that are really affected by it, or rather, all of the things that we are... Groon, can you please... Actually, you know what? Let me just... Actually, you know what's funny? So, I needed to go use the restroom anyway. So, I'm going to mute, and I'm just gonna let them handle it, and I'll come back and I'll see if we're dead. That's the gamble I'm making. Alright, here we go. I'll be back in a bit.
近づかない。
アブソリュートされそうです。
サンダーブレード。
何か狙ってるわね。インディグネーション。何するつもりなんだろう。援護します。お姉さん、
サンダーブレード。
遊びたいのかしら。ブラッディーハーリング、邪魔されそうです。チアリング。
よし、やるぞ。
何か狙ってるわね。援護します。
これでしのげ。
キュア。
キュア。
インディグネーション。アクアレーザ
アンチシールド。
ー。何か狙ってるわね。
フレイムカッター。
インディグネーション。
いつでもいいぞ。勇者
ブラッディーハーリング。
壊れる魂を来光の槍にて貫け。
チアリング。
よし、やるぞ。アイシクルボルト。
援護します。チアリング。
サンダーブレード。
アクアレーザー。インディグネーション。
栄翔を止められたく。これでしのげ。
援護します。
栄翔を止められたく。
チアリング。
栄翔を止められ
邪魔されそうです。お姉さんとインディグネーション。遊びたいのかしら。アクアレーザー。何するつもり。邪魔されました。何するつもりなんだ。
Okay, I return, and it looks like we're just about to lose, so I'm going to hope to God I can get a life bottle off on me. Here, I gotta adjust the mic a little bit now because I moved it out of the way. There we go. Is that good? Yeah, that's good. Okay. Raise me up. And a Miracle Joe. Also on me. I can't believe that's so funny. It's one of the he's just it's just like, hey, I'm just gonna walk away and see how it goes. I can't believe that turned out okay. Is this why people play is this why people play certain mobile games on stream where they could just like walk away and do something real quick, and they're just like, oh, you'll entertain the chat. That's fine. It's fine. Everything's cool. Don't worry about it. Oh. Yeah, because you don't have any more, Oh, by the way, what was the lure again? Tool used in customization. For a second, I was like, wait a minute. Is there actually fishing and I just didn't realize it? No. That's what it is, but it's a tool used in customization. Yeah. There we go. Also, I'm gonna go down. Oh, no, okay. That was the way to get down. Wrong. That was just to get to this thing. Well, it's fine. I can deal with it. You know what? I'm just gonna... Why not? I have no reason to hold this back, I don't think. Wow, only 9,000 on this one, huh? Wait, are there 2 of them? That's disgusting. There are 2 of them. Oh, I hate this. Well, this time I'm not gonna walk away because I already used the restroom, so I have no reason to. Shirley, please. Oh, you know what's fun? It just occurred to me that I think I had a unfinished thread of thought last night that I, for some reason, remembered just now. But when I was talking about rewatching slash like re-listening through old South Park episodes, one of the things that continued to tickle me every single time that it came up was, wow, this thing, you haven't done any damage to this guy at all? That's disgusting. Was whenever Randy would, you'd do something stupid or he needed something and he would call for Sharon and he's like, right, Sharon, Sharon. Just something about the way that they would do that. It was like equal parts hopeful and embarrassed and like, I don't know, sort of like, I was gonna say timid, but that doesn't sound like the right word. There's one on the tip of my tongue that I'm trying to think of, but it's like I don't know. There's a lot of emotion packed into the way that they say it, in a comedic way, not in like an emotional way, but just like anybody who's ever hold on, hopefully this isn't loud. I'm adjusting the mic arm a little bit more so it's not like in a weird position. There we go. Anybody who's ever made a stupid joke for the benefit of somebody else, and then you wanted to see what their action was, and so, you look at them and you're like, or, say, you do, you make a mistake on something, and you know that your significant other is gonna be like, they're gonna be a little peeved because maybe they told you so, and you were like, don't be silly, you're being silly, I know what I'm doing, and then you do the exact same thing that they told you about, and they told you not to do, and that you were going to do, probably, and then you're like, he's here, I broke the thing, and we're gonna need to go buy another one, There's something universal about that, where it's like, it's like in your head, even if at the time you go, there's no way it's gonna happen, as soon as it does, you have that moment of, why didn't I listen? Why didn't I listen? But yeah, it's kind of like if you've ever precariously balanced anything, and you thought to yourself right before you did it, or even as you were doing it, you went, "Wow, this is precarious. Maybe not a good idea. It's fine." And then you do it, and then something happens. You spill fucking whatever all over the goddamn place, and you're like, and then you just have to deal with the consequences of that. And you think to yourself, I thought about how this could run badly, and I didn't listen. I didn't listen to myself. And sometimes people learn, and they go, when that impulse happens, where their brain goes, oh, this could be a bad thing, they then go, you're right, that is a bad thing. Let's not do that. And so that just becomes more, that becomes more common for them. But there's a lot of people that just don't, that even though that instinct happens, and it might happen continuously, I don't know, they continue to ignore it even though it pops up. Or it just never pops up at all, and then they think about how it was dumb, and then it gets, like, blotched from their mind. And then it happened, and, you know, and then it continues to happen, and continues to happen. It's like one of the first times I ever very badly hurt myself by accident was actually, I wonder if I get the light just right, I think I can still see the scar. Yeah, there it is. I was trying to get something open because it was like really, really stuck, and it was like one of those what do you call it? It's basically like a push button, right? So no, that's not quite right. It's a slide button. So you have it's like a piece of plastic, and then you to open a thing you slide it up, and then to close it you had to like press down another button, and then and then slide the plastic knob down, and then it would go down, right? And so kind of like how a lot of USBs and stuff work, right? You push the thing up and it comes out, and then you pull it down and it retracts, right? So trying to get something like that open on something that was much more robust, and it was just completely stuck, and I was like, how the fuck? I was like, why is this an issue? And I was sitting there and I was like hurting my thumb trying to do this, and then I thought I had the great idea. You know what? I'll take out my knife, and for some reason I thought, well, the back of the blade is too thick to really catch onto the thing, so instead I'll use the sharp part, and then I wasn't pushing it, I was pulling it. I think I was trying to close it again. That was the problem. And you know what? It might have been that maybe there was an extra part of the thing that I just like was not remembering. I don't think so. I think it was literally there was something wrong with it. But either way, I made the stupid decision. So I was pulling this knife close to me to try to get this fucking thing to go. And then whoosh, right into my thumb, like right down to the bone. And I was like, ooh, and it's like, it was one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, it hurt in like the moment, but it's very quick when stuff like that happens, especially when you have a knife that is sharp. If anybody has ever cut themselves preparing food, like you're cutting onions or something, and then you have your finger in the wrong place, and you just like do a quick like right across your finger in such a way, and you're like, it happens so quick that you're like, ow. And then you look at it and you're like, alright, that's going to continue to hurt and be pretty bad, and depending on how bad it is, now I gotta do something about it. And so, then I ended up having to like, I was like, alright, gotta put a whole bunch of like toilet paper like stuffing like around it, and then wrap that around with something that's also pretty tight. And and I learned my lesson. Not only that, but also with depending on the kind of injury you have, as long as you have the correct tools to do it yourself, it was such a huge waste of money having to go to the clinic for that. Gigantic waste of money. It ended up being like, I don't know, $700-800 or something for however many, like, they ended up having to put stitches in. But I could have just like used some super glue on it and just made sure that I kept wrapping it, and then changing the wrapping, cleaning it out with like alcohol and peroxide and whatever, right? And until it like started getting to the point where like I didn't need to keep changing the like gauze or the whatever was soaking up the blood for however long. But I was young, and it was like, you know, I let it be for a couple of hours, and it wasn't bleeding through anything. The bleeding had stopped, but after however many hours, I then took it apart so that I could, like, redress it, and I was like, normally, whenever I've hurt myself by accident, it's like a couple of hours of it being, like, tightly wrapped. It'll sort of like clod over and then it'll be good, and I just have to be very ginger with it, you know, until it starts like really healing over. But I unwrapped it and immediately it started bleeding again in like a pretty good amount. And so I ended up panicking a little, and I was like, not like, you know, I didn't call 911 or anything. I just, you know, took myself somewhere, and I was like, yeah, I guess maybe I can't do this myself. And they were like, yep, here you go, here's like, I don't know, 5 stitches on it or something, or maybe 4 even. And, you know, probably 4. And then it's like, yep, $200 a stitch, fuck you. And it's like, that's, what a racket, you know? Disgusting. And so, learned my lesson. I learned my lesson in 2 ways. One, you know, number 1, be fucking careful with knives, and if you're gonna be, you know, doing something with them, make sure they're never pointed towards you, idiot. It's that it's that JonTron bit that everybody get like tenses up at during, I think it's the flex tape one, when he's like doing the Rambo stabbing the bucket bit, and then he looks right into the camera and he goes, you know what, I think I might actually like hurt myself if I keep doing it, so I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna stop doing this immediately. And everyone goes, oh thank God, I'm so glad you realized that like in the middle of filming the bit, and you went, you know what, not only am I gonna not do this, I'm going to say it into the camera, and I'm going to let people know this is a stupid thing to do.
Ah, これモースケ、待ちなさいよ。ったく。
余裕がないんでしょう。さっきのギートの様子を見れば嫌でも考えさせられますよ。
ましてやモーゼスは魔獣使い。茶葉の話にあった宿命のことは重く感じているはずだからな。
これで終わりになるといいが。
モーゼスちゃん、先に行っちゃったわよ。
俺たちも行こう。
I don't know if we can light the moon. I think everybody's worried. And I think it's right to be worried. Not just because of what... oh boy, I love these guys. Not just because of, like, what Chava says is a actual inevitability. Because, you know, maybe. But I think more that we should be considering the fact that all of these things that we've been dealing with recently probably are going to end up tying into this. And it's a consideration we should be having. Especially because it's not one that's very easily solved. I'm actually kind of surprised that Jay hasn't brought it up yet, because you'd think that out of everybody, he probably would, because he's usually the one thinking ahead.
おうギート。ったく勝手にせえ。
ちょっとモンスケ、待ちなさいよ。もう勝手はどっちだ。
今は一人にしてやった方がいいかもしれんぞ。
いろいろと調べたいことがあるんで、おいらもここで失礼します。
ギート、大丈夫なんでしょうか。
今は様子を見るしかない。
下手な憶測は事態を混乱させるだけだからな。
だが後手に回るのは避けたい。怒ってからでは遅いこともある。
可能な限りの情報は僕が集めておきましょう。
頼む、ジェイ。
モーゼスさんのためというのは不服ですけどね。
のうギート。ワイらはこの先もずっと一緒じゃ。一緒におるんじゃ。何が起ころうとも一緒なんじゃ。どこ行きよった。そこにおったか。待たんかこら。待つんじゃ。くそか。待たんかこら。足が地面についとらん。ギャー、ここは崖じゃった。うわ、いやー、落ちる。
お兄ちゃん起きて。
何かあったのか。
Hey, he actually woke up like in a reasonable time here. He didn't like. I'm guessing it must have been her tone.
ギートのことで大変なの。ウィルさんの家に急いで。
Are we ever gonna resolve the thing between us? That would be nice. I feel like we're kind of tiptoeing around that still. I wonder what the level cap is in this game. I want to say it's probably going to be 99 to 100, but... Uh-oh.
言いたいことは分かったから、まずは落ち着いてくれ。ここは俺に任せてくれないか。
いいから、その男と一緒にいたあの大きなガルフを見せろ。
町のみんなが一緒にいるのを見てるのよ。言い逃れはできないんだからね。
何があったんだ。
町の人が魔物の集団に襲われたの。襲われた人の話だと、ギートによく似たガルフが集団を率いていたんだって。
それでこの騒ぎか。
後ろめたいことがないならガルフを見せるくらい簡単だろ。
そうよそうよ。
ギートは今どこにいる？
それが昨日の夜から行方がわからないんだって。
それはまずいな。
この件は俺が責任を持ってきちんと調査を実施する。今はそれで納得してくれ。
だけどこっちは。
俺のことが信用できないか？
そういうつもりじゃ。
分かったら今日は解散してくれ。恐れていたことが起こった。一般の人にまで被害が出るとは。
ギートがやったわけと違う。
霧の山脈で倒した魔物は今回の件と関係なかったのか。
我らギートを疑っちょるんか。背の字はワイとギートを信用できん言うか。
誰もそうは言ってないだろう。
モーゼス、取り乱すな。ギートを信じたい気持ちもわかるが、今は潔白を証明する証拠がない。
町の人々を襲った魔物を見つけ出して倒すしかないな。
それじゃったら今茶葉に情報を集めさせちょる。
J にも動いてもらっている。すぐに居場所が特定できるだろ
う。モーゼス、これだけは言っとくぞ。俺たちだってギートを信じたいんだ。今まで一緒にやってきたんだからな。
すまんの。頭に血が上っとったようじゃ。
兄貴、わかりましたよ。
どこじゃ。
竹林の内海の対岸、列岩地帯です。そこに魔物の集団が隠れています。
みんなに声をかけましょう。
Okay. Let's see. Did I run out of anything? Nah, I got basically everything I need. Okay. Where'd you say? I think they said Raging Bay, right? I'm gonna check this again, just because I'm pretty sure I already looked. No, when I came in at night, so. Wow, this one has everything I need except for the heavy hands. Oh, same thing with this one, actually. Neat. Ooh. Interesting. So, the only one that I actually... So, I could make any of these if I had the thing for it. I could go buy the thing for this right now, but I don't really want to. I think I'd much prefer to do this because this one's just the strongest of the bunch. However, I need a red saffron and a bomb kuchen. How much do I need for this? Oh. 596. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. I didn't do anything with, drilling is life. Drilling is a dream. Real men drill. That's pretty funny. Oh! I could make this. Not that I really need to right now. What? A brush used for cleaning, actually quite powerful. That's really funny. Can I? Ah, no, I need red saffron for that. And this one needs more bomb kuchen. Let me go make some... Oh, wait, no, I can't do that. Because I would have to use some stuff, and I don't have the space for it. Fantastic. Okay. Well, I'm almost there. Oh. That's what I was gonna do. So, I don't have Chloe. Well? Okay, never mind. I thought I had a new sword for her. I thought I had, like, the Sword of Valens. I guess she just has that symbolically. Maybe even though it's, like, it's important to her, but it's not actually, like, a really powerful weapon. That Thorin Village. And then we'll go... So I gotta go up and left. Yeah. I think this is... maybe not? Well, I mean, it says that that's what I want to do. However... of course, it's not going to be that easy, because nothing's ever that easy. It looks like it's on the other side. So what is on the other side of Orsoran Village? Forest of No Return? Alright. Let's see if I can get to it on this side. Nope, that's the forest. So this is nowhere I care about. Ah, come on. This is frustrating. Okay, so I don't want to go in here because that's just gonna waste my damn time. You know what I'm gonna do? Let me look at that. Maybe that will tell me a little bit. Searching for the attacker. Headed to the crags to investigate, prove its innocence. Alright, well that doesn't help me. What is down the cliff? It bothers me that somehow I can't just shoot over to it from here. It feels dumb that this is not a thing I can do. What is down? Is down the cliff here? Let me try this. Maybe this is it. They did say something about Raging Bay. Aha, here we go. Okay. Thank goodness. Use him one. There we go. I knew they said something about Raging Bay.
モースケどったの？何か見つけた？
なんでもないわ。
兄貴。
モースケ、顔怖いんだけど。
モーゼスさんの顔は出会った頃からこうですよ。
ああ、そっか。
おかしいですね。普段ならここで。
チェボ、表出ろ！手の具合になるのにね。
我ら、さっさと行くぞ。
だーもう、みんな待ってよ。
やれやれ、どうなってるんですかね。こっちの調子が狂うじゃないですか。
Okay, so we're just So where are we going? going backwards. It seems like we're doing a lot of going backwards through areas now, because I'm pretty sure this is backwards. That was a weird ass noise. No, 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 no. Oh, it still got me? Like right on the edge, or right on the periphery? Gross. I wonder what it is that he noticed that made him get so serious. Maybe maybe gets like paw prints? Although how would you tell, I mean maybe he would just because he has so much familiarity as a beast tamer and whatnot. But how would you tell one Galf paw print from another beyond just like size? Well, he is a Grand Galf, right? So the fact that he's so big is going to be out of the ordinary anyway compared to any other that you might find out in the wild. So I suppose that would be one. But also, there might be some identifying mark that he is intimately familiar with. Like, I don't know, he's got like a weird scar on his paw that will leave an indentation in such a way. That could very easily be it. I can't imagine... Oh.
どうかしましたか？もう我慢できない。何この重い空気。無理もないだろう。状況が状況だ。
ノーマさんはしばらく黙ると死んでしまうんですよね。
そうそう、私ってばって違う。
いつもながら無駄に騒がしいやつだな。
ギートンならきっと大丈夫だって。モースケとすっごく仲良しじゃん。
わいは何の心配もしちょらん。
だったら普段通りバカっぽく振る舞ってくださいよ。ここに来てから様子がおかしいですよ。
なんじゃ、ジェボーはわいの観察でもしちょるんか。
観察するまでもなくわかります。モーゼスさんは全部顔に出ますから。
言っちょれ。
ギートを疑ってるからモーゼスさんもイライラするんですよ。
我な。
やめんかバカ者。調査が進めば今の話は決着がつく。憶測を並べて話したところで結論はいつになっても出ないぞ。
またこの重い空気なのね。今は我慢するしかないだろう。
頑張りましょうね。ああ、クー姉さんの天然ぶりが今はとっても嬉しいよ。
So funny. I was gonna say, I can't imagine taking care of an animal for however long, you know, living with them, having, you know, making memories with them and stuff. And then something happens and they're just, it's like all that time didn't mean anything. That would be very, very heart-wrenching. You know, because it's not even just, okay, I tried to connect with this animal and for some reason it went poorly and they didn't like me. It's that, well, we've had a lot of good times and everything has been perfectly fine until all of a sudden it wasn't. You know? And I don't know how often that actually happens. Because even like, Like those people who have what is it? I think it's Australia. Is that wrong? I don't remember where it is. There's this place that has like a cheetah sanctuary, and like they're are they rescues in the way that like they can't live out in the wild anymore, or that they're trying to get them used to living out in the wild?
どうったのウィルッチ。
最近筋力の成長に衰えを感じる。
ああ、それは仕方ないよ。
なんでだ？
だって年だから。にょわ
Funny. But either way, whichever it is, that was just a long way around. Oh good, at least there wasn't a... Hello, Mimi. Give me the bomb kuchen. I need that.
ミミーに兄弟はいるのか？
She's so sweet. I wish that she didn't have all those segments where she like runs away being upset. And maybe it's not like actually upset, but I don't know. It makes me feel a little bad. But I like it when we actually just like talk to her. And it's like we're having a nice conversation.
弟のコッペと妹のコロネがいるパン。これがまた小生に似て可愛いパン。どこから突っ込む？
弟くんと妹さんもそのおかしな喋り方なのか？
別にどこもおかしくないパン。
モーゼスさんを見ればわかりますけど、バカはバカの自覚すら持てませんから。
これと同じはひどいパン。
悪いな。
機嫌が悪くなったので今日はもう行くパン。イライラパン。
Yeah! There we go. Okay, so now I just need the red saffron, wherever the hell that might show up, and I can make the, what I assume to be the best bracers in the game for Senno. Which, if that's all I ever do, that's fine with me, because, to be entirely frank, my damage is really the only damage that matters. Like, it's nice having everybody else here too, but I am definitely the one doing the most concentrated amount of damage because I'm so up close and because, you know, controlled by a real person in it. These guys are very interesting looking. Something about me fighting them actually, I feel kind of bad. They almost seem like if I wasn't fighting them and I just saw them somewhere, I'd go, oh, those are definitely not going to hurt me. I wish I could turn the camera so that I could see if there's anything over there. But I really don't want to have to like, oh, hey. I really don't want to have to be running through all those just to get like a fucking melange gel. So hopefully I end up finding one of those red saffron. I think I just need the one. I don't think I need multiple. I think I just need one. So hopefully I end up finding one somewhere. At least one, just through the course of walking through all of the things that I'm walking through. Oh, you know what that sword reminds me of? I have never, although I have played some of the beginning of it, I have never gone all the way through Mario RPG. that would be a very fun RPG to stream. That would be great. Especially, and I would go through, I would go through the original. I don't think there's, I think they did, or did they do a remake or something recently? It was like, they put it on the Switch or something. I wouldn't bother with it. I would go right back to the original. Because I think they took some stuff out of that remake, if I remember right. If that's even true. Maybe that's not true. Did they not do a remake? Not like a remake. Maybe it was more like a remaster, but then they took some stuff out of the remaster. Maybe that's what it was. People throw their words around so often these days that sometimes I have trouble distinguishing one from another if I'm not like directly looking at it. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna look it up real quick because I'm very curious. Oh, what am I doing? Being silly. Mario RPG. Is this the thing that happened? They do call it a remake. Yeah, okay. So it was a remake. So yeah, definitely I would go back to the original because I think for most games there's no reason to not be playing the original unless it is so bad that that's like that nobody can't carry another Scallop Gem. I guess I'll do. Oh, well, that's a shame. Whatever, it's fine. I'll waste that. Unless it's like a game that's actually bad, and to play the old one would be to like not have any fun with it at all. Beyond that possibility, there is one right there. I'll go check it just in case. I can't imagine wanting to play a remake and completely forego the original just because the remake is like the new thing, you know? So like in comparison, when I start doing my once I get through this game, when which actually now that it's looking more likely that by the time that I start that, it's gonna be June and not even May anymore. Which is fine, and might actually fit more thematically for me, because I think when I first played any of the Half-Life series, I think it was during like summertime, like many of the best things ended up being, you know? But I'm going to be switching off between 1 year playing for Half-Life, I'll be playing Black Mesa, and then the next year I'll do this. These things are really pissing me off with their little like confusion tactics here. Oh my god. Can you? This is very frustrating, these things. But yeah, I'm going to be switching off. So 1 year, and I think probably that'll be this year, I'll be playing it where Half-Life I play Black Mesa, and then the next year I'll go to the original Half-Life, and then I'll switch off back and forth. There's nothing else I'll switch off on, because you know? I wonder... Do I include... Ugh, just a miracle bottle. Do I include Blue Shift and the other one, which I can't remember the name of right now? That one I hadn't actually considered, because they are part of the Half-Life series, but Blue Shift is mostly Garbo, and just like, I mean, it's not like a bad game, it's just like boring, there's not really about a lot to it. And Opposing Force, that's the one. Opposing Force is good, but it's not like, I don't know, I feel like there's something about it that's a little meh. You know what? I think I'll probably disregard those ones, because they're not part of my usual rotation of things that I actually want to replay at least like once every year. Like, I haven't felt the need to replay Opposing Force since I beat it the first time. And Blue Shift was just like sort of a fart in the wind once you got through it, and you're like, oh, is that it? Okay. So those ones, I guess I'll leave those out of my little Half-Life universe marathon. But anyway, like I said, it's I'll be switching between Half-Life the original and Half-Life Black Mesa the remake, because I think they're both they you know, obviously the remake holds up because it's newer, but the original I think holds up really well, and they have very different feels to them actually, which is funny because even though I would consider it probably one of the more faithful remakes that I've ever seen, they also kind of have a different tone to it because of, I think partially because of music, partially because of some of the sound design, which I don't think they did to change how it feels. It just kind of happened to be that way. The original feels much more like, not like a horror game, like jump scare horror game, like but it feels very unsettling. Like, you know that you're going through a situation that is way out of your league, you know, and like you're not really sure if you're even gonna come out of it. Whereas Black Mesa feels a little closer to, all right, we're putting on the familiar, like, clothes. You know what to do here. You gotta survive, and we're gonna accentuate that, not to make it an action movie, but just that, like, you know what you're doing here. Because if you're playing this, most likely it's because you've already experienced quite a bit of Half-Life to begin with, so you're old hat at this. There's people that have definitely, oh good, I love that. She doesn't have a, I wanted to check this earlier and I forgot because she was dead. No, she is all attack, baby. Rune, give me a life, please. Wow. I'm gonna do this because everybody's really low on health, and I absolutely do not want to deal with dying here. This would suck. Heal yourselves, please. These stupid mages. Just dropping lava on people. It's a very effective tactic, but also don't use it against me. I feel like we're definitely going to be going into a boss battle pretty soon, and the fact that I had to use that climax here to try to speed this along so that I didn't fucking die annoys me. I guess I didn't have to. I could have just healed myself and been more... I could have, you know, just kept using a bunch of those. But I think I would much rather have them on hand and only use, like, the one. Because definitely during boss battles, having all of those items, they're definitely super helpful. You've got a lot of magic, my dude. I don't care about that. Don't care about this side either. Oh. No, I don't care. Oh, there's 2 of them. Do I? Fuck it. Oh no, it's gonna be... I have to fight, and I'm gonna go through the bubble. It's gonna make me fight again. I'm already regretting this decision. I need to get over to you because you're a pain and you need to die. I feel like these little flying fish would be very good as a kite design. I would like to make a kite that looks like this. I wonder if it would spook anybody. Like, if you were flying that, and you had it made in such a way that it was, like, a little bit more 3D looking, would you be able to scare somebody with it? You probably could. Oh, that was I was gonna mention that last night and I forgot. During whichever break, during lunch the other day. Do not, fuck. I was listening to another one of those. It was like, I fall for the trap sometimes. It's one of those YouTube channels that does like it's like, hey, we're gonna collate a bunch of posts that people have made about aliens and you know, and sightings and, you know, stuff that they... And to be fair, they at least look into it a little bit more and go, you know, they don't go, this is definitely aliens, but they do go and look into it and say, okay, has anyone posted this anywhere else? Was there anything in the area to suggest that, like, maybe it was a test flight going on, or a rocket launch going on, or that maybe someone was, I'm just, oh, whoops. Stop it. I started just like circle strafing the buttons just because sometimes I do that when I'm thinking and I have the controller in my hand but I'm not like playing anything. Bad habit. Although I suppose there are worse. Anyway, but so yeah, they try to look into it and like, you know, based on location and whatnot, if they give it. Sometimes you don't have anything. It's just like, oh, this could be literally anywhere in the world. But they're like, okay, this definitely looks weird. It could be this, and also, of course, in today's day and age, everything could be AI. So that's always a an asterisk on literally anything that you could possibly see online, unless you 100% know for certain that it's not for some reason. Which, I don't know how many people can say that, because even stuff that, I mean, like, people have fed in, ooh, red lavender? Maybe. Spirit symbol, alright. All device. Fuck. Shit. Well, at least I didn't, have to go all the way through it. Oh. Well, at least I got red lavender. I think I did need to use that for something. I don't know what, but I think I'm pretty sure I needed that for something. But yeah, I think people have even fed in just like actual like 100% confirmed art into those like little things that tell you whether or not something is AI, and it goes, oh yeah, this is 100% AI, and it's like and they know that's not true. So clearly those little checkers, they're not perfect either. So I mean, unless I guess you were there, so you know that it's fake, or that it's not fake anyway. I don't know how you would be able to discount anything currently, because unless it's, I mean, obviously things can be super obvious too. It's like, you know, people making Slender Man edits of stuff, and you see it and you're like, okay, well that's clearly someone being silly and adding in an AI little animation into something. But you know. Anyway, so I was watching one of those yesterday, and they had like 3 or 4 different videos where they were like, yeah, this does look a little strange. I suppose this could be like, what do they call it? The orb that or an orb like that they sometimes talk about. And I was looking at it, and I was like, I don't know, man. When I look at this, it 100% looks to me like someone lost a kite or a balloon or something. It really doesn't look like anything that special. There was one that was very, very square-shaped. And that one, I was like, okay, that one's either fake or it's something weird, because it's I think you can you actually have a... No, I don't think you can have a square balloon, right? Because, like, you can have a square-ish balloon, maybe. But because of the way, like, helium would fill up any balloon, unless it has, like, a structure on the inside, it's probably always going to be a little rounded at the edges.
何にもいないじゃん。
場所は間違いないんだろうな。
僕の情報網に間違いはありません。
間違いがあるとすれば、私たちの方というわけか？
くっちゃんの言う通りじゃの。
何か聞こえませんでしたか？まるでうなり声のような。
空耳ではないようだな。
うげえ、また聞こえたよ。どこにいるのよ。
向こうじゃ、来るぞ。
ギートン？じゃない。
How could you possibly mistake that for him? Look at the coloring. He is so wildly different. Also, I'm pretty sure Git doesn't have like a horn. He's got like a Gurren Lagann V on his head. So this is an entirely different beast. Thank you, Moses.
とっても機嫌が悪いみたいね。お姉さん、ドキドキしちゃうわ。
The fact that we're going... I think I healed everybody? Oh, Fenrir. Wow. Well, that's foreboding.
何か狙ってるわね。ネガティブブレード。これでインディグネーション。援護し。
Thank you.
アクアレーザー。キュア。
Also, why does he have chains on him? Was someone keeping him locked up? Or does he just have that because it's cool? Ooh, 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 ow. Oof. Ow. Heal me, heal me, heal me, heal me, heal me. No? 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 Come on, you have a perfect opportunity. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna do it myself. I'll heal myself. Ooh, that was close. Oh, buddy, that was close. Thanks. We're really locking in on the attacks here. At least he seems receptive to being somewhat stun locked by my attacks. That's certainly helping a lot. Ooh, ooh, we're gonna Apple Joe. And then, by the time that this climax bar fills again, we can do another. I'm going to Apple Jail myself again. Thank you. Oh, funny. Do I only thank Shirley? Do I not thank Will? I think I do. That's pretty fun. I don't know if I ever noticed that before, but I'm pretty sure I only ever hear him say thank you, Shirley. And even though Will also do it. Ooh, 23,000? Dear buddy. Hey, I actually dodged through that. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. He's just lashing out at the air now. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just a stupid dog. Yeah, pincer him. Give him what for? He doesn't know what he's doing. Ooh, did you actually? No, it was 0. It was 0 because he was he had the iframes going on. I was gonna say, did I slam him into the ground and he got hit by indignation? That would have been great.
今戦ったのがきっと偽物騒ぎの真犯人だね。
これでギートの疑いも晴れる。モーゼス、よかったな。
浮かない顔をしてどうした？
まだ終わりと違う。
どういう意味だ？
そのまんまじゃ。今のはほんのお遊びに過ぎん。かくれんぼなんぞガキン頃に卒業したろうが。出てこいや。ギート。
Oh no, look, he's all purple.
ちょっとモースケ、 これってばどういうことよ。
It's gotta be the mist.
目の前の現実が真実ということらしいな。
だってさ、あれってばさ。
今度は間違いなくギートですね。
冷静に言うな。騒いで下手に刺激するな。どうも様子がおかしい。なんか他にも出てきたよ。
ここは任せろ。ワイとギートを信用するんじゃ。
モーゼス、危険だ。
危険なことなんぞ今までも腐るほどあったわ。ギート、いたずらにしてはチートばかしありすぎたの。十分遊んだじゃろ。そろそろうちに帰ろうか。
兄貴、危ない。
モーゼス。
お兄ちゃん。
この力は強い。
Wait, where are you going?
引き際が鮮やかですね。統制もよく取れている。
お兄ちゃん大丈夫？
俺は何ともない。それよりモーゼスを。
傷がかなり深いな。
それ兄貴の眼帯。
モーゼス、手をどけろ。目のところの傷が治せない。
There's nothing to heal.
お前、その目は。
なに、驚くほどのもっと違う。
ちょっとモースケ、気を失ったようです。
モーゼスもこんな状態だ。町に戻って仕切り直そう。
そうだな。
Oh dear, you're gonna make me walk back? You know what? Actually, this is a good stopping point, and also, oh, I forgot, this is where we, we ran into the beach. And I'm just gonna run into enemies, I guess? Just for fun. I'm just gonna give some of my thoughts on this because I only have like 9 minutes left before my little ending time here for the morning. So I think this is a very good point to stop, and then we'll have to continue on with this tomorrow morning. Man, so it's gotta be the mist, because clearly Giet doesn't normally have a purple underbelly and like muzzle. Normally it's red and white. So he's gotta be influenced by the mist in some way, and it's causing that. Because I refuse to believe that we're going to go through this story and have it not be somehow tied into the main conflict that we're having, which is all of the Black Mist stuff going on that's trying to influence people and bring out their darker emotions and all of that. There's no way. So it's gotta be that. Ooh. Wait, if this was up at the top, then did I just recently get that? Hold on a minute. Woohoo, look at this. Nice. Okay. You know what? Actually, while I'm thinking about it, I'm just gonna go through everybody's stuff. And I'm just gonna see... Oh yeah, look at that. This is only 253, but then if I get that customization weapon, it goes all the way up to like 600. And that's only 507. Yeah, so that's pretty good. So yeah, it's gotta have something to do with the mist. Wow, there's a lot of these. I wonder if there's anything that I could... There's probably not, but it would be nice if at some point I could use a thing to combine a bunch of the cloaks together to make like the best elemental cloak in the game. That would be pretty cool, but I don't think the customization has that as an option. At least not that I saw. Maybe I'm wrong. I have to look more closely. But is there anything here that I give a shit about? Agent of Nerd. Actually, this is pretty good. Oh, this one is just a straight upgrade. But having some extra TP is pretty nice too. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I like that. So, conversely... That's so funny. There's more than one little thing that is just like, wow, I've never seen someone so beautiful in my life. Also, she does sing. She has a very nice voice. The actress for the VA voice actress. There we go. Jesus. What do I want to do here? I think one of these will probably be better than... I could do more TP. Yeah, you know what? Why not? It goes one less defense, but she's mostly in the back anyway. I don't think there's anything else here that I care about. That's luck 30, defense 10. Do I care about any of this? These are very... oh, by 20%. That's not bad. Elemental damage by 10. Physical by 10. PP. Critical. Oh, this will be good. Wait, will it? Oh, that's 10%. And that's just 10% defense total. Okay. Maybe I don't care about that. Yeah, this is good. I'm also wondering, so if we don't have that, if that's not somehow tied into it, which I find very unlikely, the only other thing would be, so far we've had, oh, this one is just like literally better, this one has no downsides. Cool. So far, everything that we've ever done to, in all of these character quests, it kind of worked out for us in the end, one way or another. That's HP. I guess that's fine. I'll just leave that as it is. You know. Chloe got to stay. Yes, she sort of resigned herself to giving up on her romance. As far as I understand it, that's certainly what it sounded like, even though she said that she was, you know, she was still gonna be around, but she's just not gonna... oh, it's a forest guru. Is there anything better for him? I don't think so. I think everything for him has been pretty pretty detrimental compared to what I already have. Yeah, that's fine. But if this is the one character story that we have where that's not true, where it's just, hey, sometimes things come to an end, and that's very sad, but it's not like you're alone. You know, you do still have all of your other friends, you have your family, and sometimes there is going to be a parting no matter what. That would be really sad, and it would suck, because I do like, you know, I do like Moses, and I like that him and Giat are so close and whatnot, and clearly they've been together for a long time since he was a kid. I'm guessing part of the reason why he's so attached to him is also maybe that. So we didn't get to see the ending of that flashback, but maybe when he fell off the cliff, Giat decided to rescue him for some reason. So possibly that plays into it too, which is why he believes that they would be different, because it's not just him being a beast tamer and being good at that. It's also because Giat made the connection on his behalf, you know, like he, you know, clearly he was chasing after him, but he could have just left him there, and he didn't. For some reason, he decided to reach out for him. And I could imagine with something like that being the basis of your relationship, why you feel like you would be different out of all of the other beast tamers that have had these issues over the years, right? So that would be my guess, where, like, how that backstory ends and why he felt so confident in that. If this ends in a different way compared to all of the other ones that we've had, that would be sad, but I think it would still fit. It would still be like sort of in line with the game, where it's like, you know, maybe you lost one thing, but you didn't lose everything. You know, you've got your crew that you really care about, and you've got your friends that you've now been on this huge adventure with, plus all these other little side adventures taking care of other things. And, you know, it's not the end, even if it feels like it right now. However, I feel like, considering what we've gone through so far, it's probably going to be the mist affecting him in some way. And it wasn't necessarily Giat's fault that he ended up attacking some people. But the only problem with that is that, like, people aren't going to accept that as an answer. They're gonna go, okay, yeah, sure, but, like, you know, a dog bites somebody in the real world, and even if it was because they were, like, you know, I don't know, there was something about them that they didn't like, and they were, you know, being somewhat antagonistic, the dog still gets punished. It's not the person that does for being an asshole. It's usually the dog, because it's like, well, you need to have control of your animals, right? And so I imagine in a similar vein, it would be something like that here, where it's like, okay, yeah, sure, you're telling us that, like, there's this weird black mist that's affecting monsters, and it affected your monster, but then you should have been, you know, paying more attention. You should have been keeping a tighter leash, because, you know, who knows how long this is it gonna happen again? You know, it's like, how do you work out problems on an instinctual or emotional level with a monster, which is what all of this Black Mist stuff is based off of? It's like the swelling of very intense emotions. So yeah, that's what those are my current thoughts on that. We'll see what happens tomorrow when we start going through stuff, but very, very good very good little stream today. Especially all of the stuff right at the beginning with finishing up Chloe's character quest, because that was very emotional. Even if I feel like Arnold is getting off a little too free for needlessly killing both of her parents, when it feels probably less likely that you could really justify doing that, when it's like, okay, you could have probably just, in the heat of battle, had to take out the one who was like an actual threat, and then the rest is just like, look, you're not gonna do anything against me, so you're just gonna have to give me a whatever, and then I will be on my way. Sorry it had to be this way, you know? Still, that's just how it is. That's just how they wrote it, but that's the only thing that so far has been unsatisfying to me. I like Chloe's reconciliation with herself, where, I mean, she says that she didn't really want revenge and it's like, I don't think that's actually true. I think she probably did. It's just that this could also translation issues, localization issues, you know, with the merging of the things, right? But it's more, that's what you wanted in the beginning, until you realized you can be happy without it. Because, yes, you could go through with it, but then you have all of the other complications that go with it afterwards. Because you're not going to be able to stay with the people that you do care about after you do that. It's going to cause a rift. And so, could you live with it without going through with it? Is probably more accurately kind of the determination that she finally came to after the confrontation and with all of that happening, right? It's just the fact that they're just like, all right, you need to make sure to help people as much as possible. And he went, cool, done. That's all I gotta do? Sure. All of my, you know, no jail time, no, you know, which is, you know, obviously probably wouldn't do anything for him anyway, but no, like, alright, there are certain things that you're going to have to, you know, penalties, because, yeah, you might be doing good for the community now, but you've still caused an untold amount of grief and harm in your life that you're gonna have to atone for in more than just being a better person now. Because that's easy. Like, there's gotta be some sort of consequence to all that. But, yeah, it's fine. You know, that's how they wanted to do it. They're trying to, you know, forgiveness to a certain extent is better than vengeance and hatred. I get that. That's what they're trying to do. You know, otherwise Shirley would have just nuked the continent, right? So, but still, something about it puts a little bit of a, like, they're getting off pretty easy. You're lucky. You're a lucky man. Anyway, whoops. Until tomorrow morning. Okay, bye.